I just I just realized I was online that whole time and you could hear me. Wow, look at that. Look at that. I got a button over here. Where's the button? It's this one right here. Hey there, friends. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time it might be in your part of the world.
Greetings, my excellent friend.
I'm so glad to see you. My name is Jeff Fritz, and today is May 14th, 2024. We're going to write a little bit of code today. How you doing there, chat room? Looks like not too many folks here to get us started. C Sharp Titan is here, and TF Nude, hello, hello. This morning your Apple Watch notified you of a high heart rate, passed out, hit your head. Resting, good. All right, glad to hear that. Hope you're feeling better now and relax. Listen to the soothing tones, dulcet tones of my voice as we talk about tech. Something like that. No ranting today, at least to start. And we'll get in and have a good time here. We've been raising money for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. You can see the fundraiser. It's right up here. If you'd like to donate, check out the QR code right there. You can click through that, and there are options. There are all ways that you control and milestones that we can reach where we'll have guests join us on stream and other fun things that we'll do as thanks as to help encourage you to make donations to St. Jude. There's I'm still stunned at some of the response to this this post I had over the weekend about, hey, check out .net. There's actually a lot of free stuff and cool stuff that you can do with it out there, and some of these folks, their ignorance knows no bounds. I'm gonna get some music playing in the background here. I'm gonna go with the Stream Beats EDM playlist today, and let's start down here. This is called Finding My Way. There you go, see it right there. This is music that's DMCA free, royalty free. Listen to it wherever you'd like. Check it out at streambeats.com. Thank you so much to Harris Heller and his team of creators for making this music we're listening to today. Turn that down just a smidge more. So, our friend Fierce Kittens responded at one point to the tweet and said, yeah, game developers, game studios do use a lot of C# to build tools and things. And somebody wrote back and said, well, in the real world, we don't do these things. Really? You don't think game studios that have billions of dollars in sales aren't the real world? Get back to me when your company has $1 billion in sales. Just saying. Game companies whose game they sell out-earns most Hollywood movies. Right? Okay, sure. How you doing there, Mythin? Good to see you. Wise Otter!
W1Ciotta just resubscribed for 11 months.
11 months. Thank you so much for the resub. 11 months with us, and I'll make a donation to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital at the end of the month. Thank you so much for that support. So, I've been trying to get new features into Aspirify.net. I was tweaking, I was tuning, and trying to get it deployed. We isolated the issue. Go ahead, take a look. How you doing there, Hat Stand? Yeah, I was looking up at the time and it wasn't going to pick that off. Try it. Let's try it one more time right there. There you go. Hard Rock Cafe from Washington, D.C. with the roses on the side. So the folks that are working on .NET Aspire, they're getting ready for the launch next week. Goes RTM next week. So it'll be supported, and you'll be able to call Microsoft folks and get people answering questions and helping you out if you have if you need help from Microsoft. Just stood there holding the hat as usual. How about me? I'm doing great, Hat Stand. Thanks. How's it going there, Warm Peas? Hello. So I took a look a little bit further at some of the deployment script, and I isolated down to the Redis cache that I'm trying to reuse that I've already got available out there. Is, quite frankly, the publish as connection string just is failing. Is not working at all. So I removed it. Let it publish a new container. I need this thing to be up and running, and it works. So I'm going to run with that for now. We're going to update that eventually so it goes back to a connection string and points off to somewhere else. But for now, it's running. I'm okay with that. Next problem. I migrated the domain name, and then I went to migrate the domain name in the deployment script, and that doesn't seem to be working. So I've got a question out to them about why isn't this deploying and maintaining my domain name? And quite frankly, it's knocking down my Redis cache every time as well. So this is V1. Tuning, tweaking, improving the performance here. I'm okay with that. So hey Saigama. So someone who watched you use both, how did I decide to use JavaScript versus C# in my Blazor application? There are times and places where it makes sense to use JavaScript because you're going to get better performance because you're doing just manipulation of things in the DOM. And it's just going to run faster because that's you have one less layer of interaction, of abstraction. So using JavaScript to manipulate the DOM is always going to be faster than Blazor. That said, the places where I can write business logic that updates and moves things around, and I don't need double-digit millisecond performance, I'm okay with doing that in Blazor. I'm okay with that. So I do need to fix the Q&A in there. Got some coffee, feeling good here. We left off yesterday. We were setting up a token provider in ASP.NET Core to help us generate. Let me change back branches here. This one. Nope. I need to make a commit here. One second. So we're going to start wiring up the invite codes. I want to generate, if there are no users in the database, generate an invite code, put the sign in the log, so it's easy to click and jump in and register as the first user of the application. Going forward, though, once you are signed in, we need a page so that we can say invite other users and so on and so forth. So those are the places that I want to go today. Let's generate that first invite code for, let's just call it admin user, so that you can log in with that invite code and start to go through the process of add your OpenID login, add and set your name and email and so on and so forth. And we'll go through a bit of that configuration process. Let's see here. I think that's right. I think that's what I wanted. I'm just going to double check. Right. Well, that's a problem. Hang on. I think I got that wrong. I got that one wrong. I think. Oh no, we're good with. I'm gonna get rid of that. Yeah. So, hey, McNets, and is it Arix? Welcome. Hello. And I'll just push that up, and I'll jump back over to the other branch, and we'll take a look. Feels weird adding auth as a last step, but we got the MVP of the website up and running. I'm not going to complain. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's working. That's the important part. So, hello.
Kevin Babylin just resubscribed.
Welcome in, Kevin.
2 months.
How's it going there? Yeah, save those changes. One second. Let's head over. Let's look at the big Microsoft Azure, and you can see the new website is deployed. Some folks have been interacting with it. The number of cores that it's using is like nothing. But I mentioned I deployed the website as the output cache as a container. This kind of frustrates me because now I got to pay for that to be running versus using the online service. So I'll eventually end up migrating off of this for my output cache. But it's out there, it works. It's all right for now. But the throughput on the website is pretty good. I'm okay with that. So, processor is not busy, so we're good there. Let's here it is. And it's still responding very, very quickly. You wouldn't know that this is Blazor. You wouldn't know and look at this and say, hey, that's .NET, unless you looked at the bottom. .NET 804, Aspire 8, Preview 7. Right there. And there's my current commit hash that we're on. So, oh shoot. This is going to disappear in just a minute. Because that's deploying. Cancel. I don't want you to deploy. Because if it deploys, it's going to try and reset the website and it's going to go away. So, hey, Peon501, I'm doing well. Thank you kindly. Johnny B. Cat, good morning. Pour you a mug of coffee? I'd love to. Oh, I'd love to. No, don't deploy. Yes, you were canceled. Because otherwise, nope. Oh, crap. It's right there. And the custom domain is gone. Poof. I gotta wait for it to rerun now. Jeez. Hold please while we wait for this. So I've put entries into the bicep that this uses to deploy, and it should be using that to update and set the domain name, and it's not. It used to, but for some reason, as part of the AZD update that they did, they changed the way that it structures and uses the bicep files, and it's not updating and setting the domain name right now. So, you're loving Visual Studio 2022, Preview 7, lots of MAUI improvements. Oh, yeah. Like, they're constantly developing and pushing that. See, it says downloading bicep. That tells me That tells me that it's making modifications, creating, updating resources. GB Chan 10, hello. Thank you so much. Appreciate the resub. 11 months with us, and I'll make a donation at the end of the month to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Thank you so much for that support. So, see, look, this looks like it's redeploying these things. It doesn't look like it's updating. It looks like it's redeploying. Like, minute 20. It's kind of hanging. One of the next ones it does is the now why did the storage account come up? But here it's going to start deploying. There's the thumbnail service. I should run this and add. There was a podcast last week with Scott Hunter talking about Aspire. I should add that to the website. So, but I will wait till this is done. And it should automatically, the thumbnail service should pick up, update, and deploy it with a thumbnail. So, no endpoints. Here comes the output cache. See, it says updating container app. There's no update. There's no update, so what are you doing? There was no change made to that. Oh my gosh, Peon with 2 gift subs. Thank you so much. 2 gift subs into the channel for our friends out there. Ryan, ERZ, and Lyso, congratulations. You just got gift subs, and I'll make a donation to St. Jude Children's Research Hospital at the end of the month. Thank you so much for that support. Really appreciate. What's the website we're building? So this is Aspirify. Well, I can't show it. This is aspirify.net. It's a website that is effectively a news hub. There, it says it's done. See, it didn't add the domain. But all of those values are the same. Validation, add certificate later. Turkey. Validate, because it's already been wired up here. Adding it. It's intended to be a news hub for all things about .NET Aspire. But we're showing how to do. Yep, go ahead, validate. Yes, I know. Add it. And in a minute or two, that'll be available. But this is, there it goes. So, it's intended to be a news hub. Think Reddit, but focused on only one topic. So, we're adding logins here so that other administrators can add content to the site. Right now, you have to run it locally to get the admin screen and be able to push content up to the website. So, hey, Napalm, good to see you. So, this, there it is. All secure. So, I won't be pushing more content up to it. But there's like nothing going on here, and the memory is way down because it just restarted, right? So, but you can check that out. There's the link to the website. I'll even put a project command out here. Adding invite codes and passwordless authentication to aspirify.net. There we go, and I'll pin that message. And if you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description. So, is the GitHub public? No, it is not. However, all the things that we're learning and building with this, you're going to see as part of the series that I'm running on the Visual Studio channel tomorrow, starting tomorrow, called the Big Dumb Blog, because we're going to start with a very simple blog application, and we're going to make it bigger and dumber and bloggier with microservices and databases and all kinds of stuff. So you don't want to see this GitHub repository. The next one is the one you want to see. And starting tomorrow, we'll be talking through publishing, talking about it, and having a good time. That'll be on the Visual Studio channel. But this is a source open type of application. I'm not hiding any of the source code, but I'm not giving it away. Where was I? So we had just finished. Hello. Is it Code Ink Purple? Hello, welcome. Thank you for joining us. So let's do this. Let's split the terminal. Scoot that down just a little bit. Back over here. There we go. So I'll do my Git commands down here, but up top here, let me go into Aspirify web app host. Just do a quick .NET build and make sure this works. We did the database migration yesterday so that it will pick up and use Postgres appropriately for us. Yep, go ahead, reload that. Thanks so much. Okay. And if let's zoom in a little bit because that code was a little small. There you go. There you see my migrations up there. In the app host project, I don't think. Yeah, Aspire hosting Postgres. I think there's an Azure Postgres. Let me. How do I want to do this? NuGet package manager. No, not for the solution. For this project. There we go. Thank you. Aspire, Azure, Postgres. There it is. What I want to do, I want to configure this to use an Azure flexible server. There we go. That way, it's not a container that it's constantly deploying. So let's go back into, where is it? App host. I also did a little bit of grouping here of the projects. So app host, yeah, program. I'll get used to where things are. So if we're in debug mode, I'm specifying a password. There's storage and setting it up with local redundant storage when we get out to production. Here's the Postgres database with data volume, and I should be able to say publish as Azure Postgres Flexible Server. What options do I have on that? There is a resource module construct and a configure resource. No, just let it go that way. See, this is what I want for the output cache where I configured it up here, right? Like, am I missing? Hang on. Is there an Azure hosting Redis that I'm missing? Hang on. Let's Aspire, Azure, Redis. There is. I didn't know that. Why Postgres and not SQL Server? Smaller, faster, easier to work with locally. I don't need the size and enterprise strength on this. I've literally got 60 articles at this point. by the end of the year, I might have 1,000. So I don't need that industrial size that SQL Server would support and support very nicely. Notice I'm doing the star wildcard matches on those so that I get the latest preview versions as they're available. And quite frankly, I'm going to end up removing these and going to 80.star. I wonder if I can do that now. I wonder if website is deployed as a single container. It's deployed as an Azure Container app, so it will scale between 1 and 10 containers as need be. And there's a microservice out there to generate thumbnails. Let's get rid of the preview bits here in the names. Right? I know I could do a Control H and find and replace, but what happens if I just delete those? Right, so that when 800 comes out, it just grabs that one. Know what I mean? If I build, what's it gonna? Is it gonna get upset at me here? Package restore failed. Yeah, he don't like that. Didn't like it. Right? No. Go back. Retreat! Retreat! Yeah, that worked. Output. Output. Thank you. Why is it publishing? I'm in debug mode. Why are you going into publish? Hey, Docker, how you doing there? Robert Tables. Hello, hello. This is DC, actually. Washington, DC.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
So I was in Washington, DC 2021, I want to say. August 2021. And we were there for down that way for a wedding, and we decided to spend the rest of the weekend in DC and went and did all the Smithsonians and had a good time. Yeah, it's good sightseeing. Direct connection. No direct connection. So what if I did? Can I do as Azure Redis? Can I do that? And point it to no. I can point it to a parameter. But like as Azure Redis, I want to tell you the connection string to use for Azure Redis. Like resource module construct, Azure provisioning, Redis cache, configure resource. Help me out with that. Yeah. Can you give me some sample code? Can you give me anything? Anything? No. Nothing. As Azure Redis. That's the unformatted documentation. Azure Redis. Right, and I want to tell it where to go. Stand by. What's this? Connection string get. Unshipped. Feels bad, man. Secret output reference connection string. Gets the connection string output reference from the bicep template for this Redis resource. Name annotations. So publishes Azure Redis, calls it and passes in null, publishes Azure Redis internal, so they're doing the overloads here. Yes, it is on Aspire. It'll be on the Visual Studio channel. Okay. Construct name, properties, Aspire resource name is that name. It's hang on. As Azure Redis, publishes Azure Redis, null, use provisioner, true. Where does it pivot? Down here. No, when you say publishes as Azure Redis, it creates a new one. It's not grabbing a connection string there. That's... this isn't doing what I want yet. I want it to publish as a connection string, but I want to specify the contents of that connection string. And I don't have an option to specify those. Can I... Can I do this only in debug, maybe? Right? What if I did this? If debug do that. And down here where I have the web and I say with reference cache, maybe instead of doing that, pass in... pass in a secret. right? If I did if debug on this, and I can absolutely group some of these things up, and I'm just experimenting at this point. Let's turn this around just so I can get the syntax highlighting here. Right, and I could say, what is it? It's like cache, connection strings cache. And it wants an endpoint reference, a reference expression, or a value. I could just hard code it right here for that point, for that matter. I'm okay with hard coding it here for right now. But I don't want to redeploy at this point. Come back to that. But I think that'll work. In which case, I'm going to group these together. Yeah. Build? We going to work building? Yep, built properly. Okay. Let's show it running. What are you doing? What are you doing? Okay. So it does run locally. Those are the wrong connections. That place doesn't exist anymore. So I don't care. Cool. Let it start. And we'll see that the website works. Actually, I should flip those over so that we get live data to interact with. Oh, fine. But there's all the things running, right? It's, you see, right? This is growing, right? This is becoming more of an application system because I've got blobs, queues, and tables out there. I've got a Redis output cache. I've got a Postgres database, complete with Postgres admin container so I can explore and see what's going on inside there. I've got my storage server out there. That's a container that's running locally that manages these three things, so I've got that abstraction. So when I deploy to my production space, I've got the same thing. And I've got a migration service here that'll migrate my database, and we can take a look at the logs for there, and we can see it did a check. No migrations were applied. Database is already up to date. Cool. I've got my thumbnail microservice that generates thumbnails for me. And down here, of course, I've got the actual website, which isn't going to work because it's not pointed at the live website, the live connections out there. I'll grab the storage connection strings, drop them in so we can look at the live data. Access keys. You thought I was going to show them to you. No. In fact, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to grab that. Back over here. And I'll just paste that in. Cool. And let's copy something else. All right. amazes you when websites don't hide that stuff by default. Yeah, I'm taking in a couple steps to go through and catalog that information on the Azure portal so that we can clean that up a bit. All right, back over to the website. You can set the assembly name in the CS project to change the title on the Aspire dashboard. You could. I'd like it if that was a property on the dashboard that you could set. All evolving stuff. All evolving stuff. Now if I go through to the website. I still don't have anything. What? There they are. See, you can't see everything over there. If we're in debug mode, you should be using those connection strings and getting out there. Is there a firewall thing going on here? Well, that's wonderful. Wow. No. No. Networking. Public network access enabled from all networks. Yeah. Two methods you can set up. Set up a CNAME record with DNS that points from your domain to that. I'd love to do that. I might do that in the future. But anyways, over here, it's enabled from all networks, so why am I not getting data? Why no data? Notice the redacted entries here? Kind of nice. This is a local debug dashboard, yes. Right, I've got Nalian, I have a folder of blobs that have thumbnails in them that I would love to serve as a custom domain name. That sure looks like it should be serving it, but I'm getting nothing. What? And it feels like it's not even hitting the website. Let's... Where are we? Over here. I have to put that after these two. If app environment, if it is not development, use the output cache. Is that going to restart the website? I don't think it did. Restart it. So, yeah, static website, totally get it. I'd like to be able to serve images, aspirify.net/thumbnails. And there's my content. So I don't have to have a microservice that's serving thumbnails. Not a minimal API serving thumbnails. Like, that rerouting was annoying. Language, I speak English. I don't know sign language. Come on now. Nothing. Now I know you're mocking me. Like, do that again. No. What? Why am I getting nothing? No. This doesn't make... No, this is not JavaScript. This is C#. All C#. But I changed my connection strings and... I have this init script up here. It should drop into there too. Because we're about to start issuing keys here and stuff. Get table client. Yes. Okay. That sure looks like it's... What the heck did I do? Like, that's not loading a thing. Look at the code. No, it's not hitting that either. Win backtick? It, I thought it did. Yeah, it does the fancy zones configuration. Why am I not getting... anything? There's the thumbnail API. Where am I doing interactive server? Oh, I'm doing it for the paging there, aren't I? No. No, I'm doing it for this is the editing. This is the admin piece. Okay. Still, that doesn't answer why it's not responding at all. And it's not even trying to run the website. Right, localhost. Cute. Figured. I'm running the app host because I get the dashboard. Everything starts. There it is, configuring my repository. It doesn't think it's production, so it's setting up. It's not going to use output cache. and it did not stop on the home page. It didn't even run this page. What changed? Like, if there was an error, I would expect it in the logs. But there's nothing in the logs. Right, there it is, configuring the connections to the Azure tables. There it is, connecting to the queue. I have it connecting to a local. No, that's local blob storage. Okay. Yeah, that's the queue. This is a blob for the data protection keys. No, I wanted to see which one it stopped at. It didn't stop at this one. Specified container already exists. Fine. Fine. The queue. 409 conflict. That's fine. And it's running. But it's like it didn't finish. No, it should. Exception initializing repository. Restart it again. Hey, Thindall. I might. You know what I should do instead of restarting? I should clean and rebuild. Because this is just weirdness. Which gets me thinking that the containers are not configured properly. So it's doing the initialization. Nothing. And it didn't stop. And it's outputting the Blazor content directly. It's not even executing the Blazor code that I keyed in there. It doesn't know what that is. That's what it was. We added a wrapper around the routing so that it would get authentication information, and it didn't know what that was. How you doing, Thindall? Hello, hello. Hey, Badger over there on YouTube. Good to see you. If I check network activity, am I at least getting 200 native codes? Yeah, I was getting the 200 status codes. Yeah. But I think this was it. Now we're... Well, not yet. Hang on. Let me remove these two breakpoints because I'm pretty sure There it is, actually executing the homepage. Yep. Now we're getting data. There we go. Huh. Mud on. Okay. That's running locally. You can tell because see the version hash down there? The version hash when I run locally is foobar. So you had an issue with key cloak where you had a white screen because browser didn't like the SSL cert. Ugh. All right. I'm gonna go over to the admin page. Hey, let's create a new entry here because there was a .NET Rocks last week. What? Is it .NETRocks.com? I need to talk to Carl. It should be .NETRocks.net. This is all about Aspire. Building cloud native in Azure with Scott Hunter. Let's get this added to Aspirify. Is there an OG image on this? There's a Twitter image. What's the Twitter image? All right, fine. Yeah, there we go. So here, .NET Rocks, building cloud native in Azure with Scott Hunter. .NET Rocks, published May 9th. See, I'm a little bit out on it. You know what I mean? There's the source URI. I'll grab that image location again. And replace that. Description. I'm going to skip the intro question there. Yep. Category. It's more of a blog post. It's not news. And it is audio. Let's get rid of this and. Get rid of that. Let's start. Make sure there's nothing at the end. No, we're good. Still too long. I really wish I had a character counter down there. Ed Charbonneau, hello. Good to see you. You need to listen to that? Give me a second and it'll be linked on aspirify.net. Talks about how development tools focus on individual applications and how dealing with multiple applications can be challenging. No. Still long. Let's cheat and use Oatpad. 501 characters. Oh, are you kidding? No, that's... let's change this like that. $4.99. Got it. So back on the front of the page, there it is. It'll appear right in there. Yes, right there. Oh my gosh. That blog post will go away in just a little bit. Actually, it's a few hours. Yeah, ask ChatGPT, hey, reword this. I don't want to reword. I should. I'd really like to flush the cache. Give me 1 second here to grab that connection string to the cache, and I'm going to try and flush it real quick. Right. What? No. Huh? Okay. No. Come on. If I go into the blog post category, it should pop up. Yeah, there it is. But it's not going to be on the front page for a little bit until that cache turns over. Like, yeah, I don't have a way to knock over the cache. Not yet, at least. Head back over here. So, yeah, that front page will update with the new content. I forget how long I set the output cache for the front page. See, I've even got a thing that'll evict it when we're in the production space. But that's not there right now. 6 hours. It'll eventually appear. Click into the blog posts area and it should pop up. Hello? Why didn't... Why didn't it paint the website? Like, I'm having to double click on things. It's not going right to the categories. Right? Like, that's weird. MB60893, don't know what's wrong. You spent all day banging your head against the wall with federated identity server issues, and now I see you're streaming and it's more authentication. Yeah, authentication is hard. It just is. Hey, Alu the Crow. Good to see you. Hello. They do share a database. I'm repointing my localhost instance to that database, but for some reason that worked, but that didn't. Clicking back is not going back to the root of the website. It's like there's a that went. And that's okay. Why didn't it go? Why did it take so long? But it's got it's got the .NET Rocks bit coming up there. That took a really long time to serve. Like, right? Like, okay. Look, why is that get taking so long? Did I screw up my cache? I did. That's why it's and that's why it has the the bit in the header now, because the output cache is failing. I mean, I could go and redeploy, and then I've got to do the whole domain name thing again. Crumbs. Okay, it says it's running, but I've got no. Even then, like, that should be pulling. It's trying to get to the cache, and it can't. I'm gonna force a redeploy. And I'll fix the web address when it comes back. Like, that's weird. That's what that is. Yeah, Johnny. So it's not even a database, a real database. It's an Azure table storage. So but I went in and was tinkering with the network settings, and I clearly messed it up. Oops. This is what happens when you play with production, kids. You're gonna get hurt. And I did. Come on. So we'll get this deployed, and then I'll head back over and we'll get working on that container token. You enjoy running with scissors?
Inconceivable!
Here we go. Creating updating resources. Because I know it blows away the configuration for the containers. Come on now. Yep, containers. Check it out. It's blowing away. I don't know why it's resetting all the... It's clearly resetting the resource group. It shouldn't be. It should have done a diff and said, oh, these look the same. No changes. But it is. So there's the first container, my thumbnail service, which should have generated a thumbnail. But I don't think it did. Yeah, this is what we're going to need to go back and configure, because it's just about to disappear. I'm going to go into the storage over here. We're going to take a look and see if there's a queue entry. Storage, queues. Right, this is the queue that has the entries when, hey, we create it. Nope, nothing in the queue. So, back to the containers, thumbnails. I can't sort by modified. And what was the name of that? Can I still get there? No. Looks like it finished. See, it redeployed everything, so that's gone. Add certificate later. It's still pointing to it, so add it. Hey, Aztec. Hello. Yep, add the binding. Yep, add the existing one. It's already been allocated, so it should jump on pretty quick. There it is. So there's the .NET Rocks, right? Yeah, it didn't create the thumbnail for that. It would have appeared up in here. Did it put it in my local queue? Ah, this doesn't know how to look at queues. And it didn't write it in here. It works right now, even though the thumbnail service isn't doing anything. There it is. And there it is down there on the live site. So you can click through and jump right to that .NET Rocks. But yeah, the website is back humming along nicely. after I screwed up the cache. It should have generated that thumbnail. So web is connecting to the table and the queues, so it should have pushed it into the queue out in production. So let's look at thumbnail service out here and see. See what's in the logs. Actually, there it is trying to get data out of the queue, and there's going to be lots of entries there. There it is from the redeploy. No. Nine H. 9 Hotel X-ray 4 Yankee. And we're going to swap that out with that. Run that now. Nothing? Fine. In the last hour. All right, thumbnail service. Yeah. 14,000 messages. Oh, dear Lord. Where... Now I have to do like that. Contains exception. 945 entries. Oh, dear Lord. Show me this in my local time so it makes sense to me. Unable to connect to Redis cache, right? I know I screwed that up. But when it does a resize... Right? I thought I dropped an entry. No, I don't. Well, aren't I an idiot? Maybe it added it to the poison queue? Nope, there is no poison queue. Just this one. Let's look in the last 30 minutes. And I'm going to resave that article locally so that it generates the thumbnail. Actually, let's... Here. Save. So this... should put it on the queue right there. I really need to work on sorting this. Yep. Save. So there it is, and it's going to serialize. Yep. Q client is still pointing local. That's pointing local. I want it to run on the production one. Hang on. See, I've got myself all twisted up here. This should be pointing to the local one and should have run. And done the image resize. So let's put a break in there. I'm going to back up one to this. Click save again. There it is, putting the message on the queue. It didn't get the message. Oh, man. Well, it might be waiting its 30 seconds. One more time. Save. I know it's putting the message on the queue, so I can let that go. No, the worker service didn't get it. Do it again. There we go. And now it's delaying 30 seconds. But it didn't... I don't want you to delay. Hang on. Look at my local logs here. It deleted the message. 404 not found. Say it. Doesn't tell me what line that was on. Put the message back on the queue again. It's not, it's looking locally for it. It's not looking at the production space for that. Yes, there is a new GPT version. Not interested. Yeah, that's not going to find the article. Yep. Because I've got mismatched connection strings. Okay. Back over here. That should be connecting out to the production queue. So when it initializes, here. So when it initializes, it goes and finds it. Boom Boom, while I'm waiting for this to start, says, I got a bone to pick with recent Win 11 update getting blocked for people like Boom Boom who use Start menu and Win Explorer patchers to bring back the removed quality of life features. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm sorry. I don't work on Windows. Is there an article or something that talks about this? Containers, containers, containers. Yes. Yes. Definitely. Right, and if I look at the Q client, it points to the local host. Why is it pointing local? With reference cache. Because it's down there also, that's why. It's taking that one. That needs to be up in here. That can be removed because I've got blobs being inserted twice. Restart that. And it'll point to the right connection now. All the Dockers. Yes. Seriously, Robert Tables, .NET Aspire is going to be something .NET that you're going to want to use because of how it orchestrates the containers using C# and gets things connected. Like open telemetry, all configured and available inside that dashboard. Service discovery built in. Yeah, there's some really, really good features here. Oh, fine. It wants to set up blobs, but I don't have blobs in there. Well, that wasn't what I wanted. I wanted that. Try that again. But it starts, it manages the containers. You see, I've got a handful of containers that I've loaded in here, including the storage explorer that I'm using up here. Right? I don't have to use Docker container, right? And Docker compose where I can't do if-then types of statements to configure things. I can use a real programming language and interact with my machine to go and figure out and calculate things that I want to do. So now the Q client should be pointed to... Yes. Now it's pointed to the correct storage location. Get in there. I am emulating blob storage locally. It's right there. But because I'm testing and I want to do things for the production space and work with the production data, I'm connected to the production database. So I'm kind of cheating. Not kind of. I am. Right here. And let's save this. Now, that should go through my production space and hit the thumbnail service. There it is. So the thumbnail service should wake up, see this entry, process it, and we should get right there. There it is. There's my thumbnail, all compressed down. It's 13K, and it's the right size for the website. So that's my thumbnail now. So now when I go right back to the front of the website, that's going to load much quicker because it's coming from my domain, from my smaller thumbnail, instead of loading the bigger full definition thumbnail that's already out there. Good. My thumbnail service is working. So I feel better about that. And of course, I refresh and it takes just a few seconds to load. But I'm also putting cache headers on there so that it keeps that, right, keeps it from trying to download it multiple times. Right, so the category loads quick, that loads quick. Yeah. Cool. Right, do I still have... Nope, I didn't have disable cache turned on. So, feels good. Okay. Aspire is what we needed to make local development with the distributed apps easier. Yes. Most excited for our front ender who can run one command to run everything without knowing about everything. Totally. Right? Because I've also got traces. And I can see exactly what's going on across the application. I can see the thumbnail service failing to run from earlier, and so on and so forth. There's my data migration service when it went to update the database. And I can see exactly what happened in there. And nothing happened. Right? You can view the logs, and it ran selects and said database is up to date. So if you're modding the operating system, it blocks you from updating it because you've modified the operating system. You're not configuring something, you're modifying it. Yeah, and we don't have to go through Windows Event Viewer to find these things. Like, I don't have a problem with them deciding to block you because you modified the way the operating system functions. Like, I get it. I get why they did it. They don't want to break what you've built. Hey, Winter Coding, why is the web ecosystem so complicated? Because everybody wants to have their own say about everything. Folks are complaining that they don't have enough choice. Think about that for a second. I don't know, Boom Boom. I don't know. But regarding web development, winter coding, folks want more choice, which feels... I get innovation, I get competition, I do. Why not help and grow and push everybody forward together? Instead of saying, nah, I don't like ASP.NET, I want to write my own thing, foo.net. That's going to be my web framework. Okay. If that makes you happy. All right, let's start writing out these and trying to generate and write out this invitation code. Robert Table says, just because there's many choices doesn't mean you have to concern yourself with all of them. It doesn't have to be overwhelming. Well, that's just it, Robert Tables. It's overwhelming because new people come into the community and they're like, I want to get started. What do I use? Well, you need to choose a JavaScript framework and you need to choose a CSS framework. Now, they need to be compatible with each other, and not all of them, all the JavaScript frameworks are compatible with all the CSS frameworks. And when you choose a JavaScript framework, there are compatible CSS frameworks, but not all versions of the CSS frameworks are as compatible with the JavaScript frameworks. And once you have that understood, then you have to write your markup. And your markup needs to adhere to certain standards, and those standards are different based on the JavaScript framework that you choose. Now, if you do choose to use React, we're actually going to put a lot of your markup, not in HTML files, we're going to put them in JSX files. A JSX file is kind of like a JavaScript file, but it's not really JavaScript because it's JavaScript that's kind of executable and has markup that's just bare lying in there, and nothing really parses it properly because it's not quite JavaScript and it's not quite HTML. It's a little bit of both, and it has these things in it that we call directives. Those are different from Angular directives. Angular does things a little bit differently in it. They structure things and they put things in TypeScript, which compiles down to JavaScript, and TypeScript is really just kind of a better JavaScript that has types in it. Can you see why it's really flippin' confusing? So, companies want people to experience for a certain tool. They don't want people to have experience with another tool. Yes, they do. Totally agree. Framework developers want folks to work within the things that they've declared, here's what we're compatible with. Totally agree. And they can do that. However, in making the uber awesome, super amazing framework of your dreams, they've made it impossible for new developers to latch on and learn and get up to speed on their framework. The JavaScript frameworks update very, very frequently. There are people that are upset that Blazor updates annually. Annually! That's too fast. Really? Really? Let me show you React. Let me show you Zig. Let me show you HTMX. Like, stability is a feature. What makes Blazor compelling is I can work with straight HTML and have my C# that affects that just below. Makes it very clear exactly what I'm writing. I've got 3 events that I manage, and I've got a nice separation of concerns, and it's very clear to understand. And I can make that code run on the server, run in the browser as WebAssembly, the same way that JavaScript runs in the sandbox in the browser, or I can run it in auto mode, and it'll run in whichever location it's going to run fastest. Conspiracy theory, there's a lot of money in training on these constantly changing, over-engineered JavaScript frameworks. True. True. Yeah, and the content. Yeah. You're not wrong. So we started building this identity. Not there. Here we go. Invite tokens. So that we generate an invite token that can be issued that allows people to log in and get access to the website. So what I want to do is in program down here, I want to check if there is a user yet, if there is a user available. If there aren't any users, let's create one, call them admin, give them admin rights, and issue an invite code. Yeah. So let's do this. I'm going to wrap this up. Right. Custom identity builder extensions. I don't like that name. Let's call this, let's just call this identity extensions, because I'm going to add another method here. Public static. I'm going to return iService collection. iService collection, yeah. Add first user. This iService collection. Services. And we're going to return services at the end of this, John. So I want to get the user manager. Services. Get what? It's not iService collection. iService provider. I have it backwards. Oh, darn it. Get required service. That's the one I want. Yep, user manager, Aspirify user. Bang. Now I've got a user manager. Next step. Can I say user manager? Users any? If there are any, exit now. Create a first user named admin and issue an invite token. Come on, let's see if it can do it. Okay. Email admin at Aspirify.net. That sounds good. Yep. Now what? See if it can figure out the rest. I don't think it will. No, it's not. You're upset that the entry to learn web is hard. The only front end I have experience with is XAML. Web also requires like 5 different package managers and different frameworks. Yeah. Yeah. Do you use NPM or do you use Yarn? It's a trick question. They both hit the same repository. For some reason, Facebook decided to release their own package manager tool that does the exact same thing as NPM. Yeah, you want NPM. Hey, Nate. Good to see you. So I think I want to do user manager users add. Okay, that's a start, right? Now why doesn't it like that? Oh, fine. Add user? No. Create async. Ah, there we go. No. It wants a password. No, I just want the user. Yeah. What does that return for me? So we need to make this an async task. We can do that. So then I can await that. Thank you. So now, yes. So now I'm going to generate a user token using the invite token provider, which is right there. And for the purpose of invite. Yarn was way faster years back. Right. Which comes back to the question of why not contribute and make NPM faster together? The number of dependencies for NPM development is crazy. Yeah. So now I want to write out to the console. I want to log. I want to log out to the console. So I need the host environment. Thank you. Right, so I should be able to get... Stop it. I think it's web host environment. Is it the iWeb Yeah, iWeb host environment. Um, or I could actually get Navigation Manager. Yeah, go ahead, talk about NuGet. Be my guest. I was the program manager for NuGet. Try me. So I should be able to say, get URI. No, hang on. Is it going to know that? Might know that. Where does it know its domain? Where is it going to know its domain? I think that's where I want. New user URI equals new URI. That base. Oh. Hang on. Wait. Did that wrong. There. Okay. And the relative URI I want is something like account invite token equals token. Sounds good. And then I need a logger. No. Get a logger and write an info message with the new user URI. Add first user, I'll call it. Oh, fine. No, just identity extensions. Yeah, all right, fine. Even then, it's a static. Just give me an iLogger, and you'll like it. Yep. Let's see how that works. Oh, you don't like it. Fine. Let me catch up here. Wow. When are we going to get another left pad event? I don't think we will, but it's possible. There were a number of attacks. Attack is strong, but there were a number of folks who put checks into their packages that if you were running from Russia, that it would block or do something malicious to your system. It would do an unexpected, it would have unexpected behavior when you attempted to install the package. That's a violation of the terms of service. You might not like who's using the package. Doesn't matter. That's not allowed. Is NuGet susceptible to supply chain attacks? Yes, and we've done a bit of work to shore that up. You'll see validated NuGet packages out there now, particularly the Microsoft ones have a check next to them that show that It's been reserved. It's validated. You can be assured that anything that start with Aspire dot is in fact coming from Microsoft. These types of things are out there. For the things that have been protected and identified with a check. However, for smaller, less well-known packages, you could run into similar scenarios where folks could hijack and inject content. We saw a very long play. What was it? Last month, somebody was literally a state actor was for a very long time getting the earning the trust of a package owner who was wanting to step down, and the package owner said, okay, you can take over now. And that new person was somebody who had been plotting and had a long attack vector and snuck some code into the package once they took over ownership. And because that package had a long established trust cycle, this new owner injected malicious code and violated all that trust and easily got into all kinds of folks. So we can only go so far as to validate, yes, this came from who said it came from. But if their code, if their content is spoiled, is injected with malware, with malicious, it was a very long con for 2-3 years at least. And yeah, it can be attacked. Like, you're trusting that the security of the content that came from that other location is what it says it is. Fortunately, this was an open source project, and folks were able to jump in and revert and pull out those changes. But there were folks who were attacked, and it was like libpng or something. It was something that was very widely used. Nate says, I have a pretty good time working in tech, but I want to step up as a software engineer with C# and .NET. Do I have some advice? A roadmap? The primary resource right now is watching me code. Start getting into architecture. Start getting into designing not just applications, but systems. What does it look like when you add together systems of things and scaling up your coding so you're not just thinking about how do I put content on the website? What you're seeing here and what you're going to see in and I've got to write the stuff for tomorrow. We're thinking about an entire system of little services that run little things separate from the website so that the website can run and respond very quickly. And those other little systems that are out there that do things like manage the thumbnails and do the long work of recalculating and spitting out optimized images are happening outside the website. Start thinking about and learning about various architectures and how you can level those up and grow those things. Think about how you can abstract and reuse the applications that you work and extend your reach to support and help other folks. That's where I would point you to. Ed spent 4 hours hunting for a bug that caused the app to fail to boot undefined. Turned out it was Webpack reading CSS as if it were JS code. Oh, that's awful. Love NuGet. It's a great way to bring in Selenium and their drivers faster and easier. Johnny B. Cat, check out Playwright. Check out Playwright. I agree. CSS should not cause runtime errors. CSS should only be parsed and executed by the browser. So, why doesn't NuGet have an option where it resolves transitive dependencies to their latest version? Because the NuGet strives to maintain compatibility as much as possible. You can force things to a later version, but it forces compatibility is what it does. We even had conversations at one point about being able to turn NuGet and say, give me aggressive mode and give me the latest versions of everything. So, but yeah, supply chain attacks are on the rise. software bill of materials. I think they're doing things to help it generate it better. Are there tutorials on how to make NuGet packages? Real easy to do. Drop into a class library like this one. Properties. And package. There you go. Fill that stuff out. Upload it. Done. That's the easiest way to do it. There's other things that you can do as well. To package and write scripts that it'll execute and configure and all that. But it's possible. Yeah, it was a Microsoft engineer that discovered it. So, yeah, it's a hard discussion, Nate, to try and think, where do I take my career from here? I'm actually a little inside baseball. I'm actually up against that right now as well. We're doing our end of year reviews. The Microsoft fiscal year ends in June, so we do our end of year reviews now. And quite frankly, I like many other folks, I'd like to get promoted. I run events, I do live streams like this. I've tried to reach out and assist other folks at building, growing, and doing more online with chat and interacting with folks. I've said here before, I'm the most watched regular live stream on Microsoft's YouTube. Any of their live streams. I don't know where to go, how to advance and move this thing forward. Short of me going off and doing more on my own to advance me, that's not going to get me a promotion. So, like, how do you do that? Don't know. There's nobody for me to manage. Like, there's no opportunity for me to take over and manage and lead a group of folks. That's not a thing. So, the people who run and lead events, they don't want my help. Like, okay. So, I'm kind of stuck, and I need to figure out how to advance that. Hey, bald bearded builder, all your code is written in aggressive mode. That's why you go through a set of keycaps every couple months. So here's my problem. The suspend button is right next to the escape key on this keyboard. I broke my racer keyboard. I spilled some scotch on it. And the suspend button is right next to the escape key. So last night I was playing Overwatch and I got really mad and I got aggressive and I was like, hit escape, let me go exit out of this replay or whatever, and I accidentally hit the suspend button, which shut down my machine and jumped me out of Overwatch. I tried to get back in, and because I left the game, I got banned for 15 minutes. Feels bad. I had an awful night last night. I went 0 for 5. And as a tank, not having support around you, and you just go in, and there's a tank and a healer and a DPS on the other team that are working together, and as soon as they see you, they all attack you. Because once the tank is down, then it's easy to go and take down all the other folks on the team. Feels bad, man. Feels real bad. And I had nothing but that last night, and it was just awful. Because even when I was getting kills and eliminating folks, my DPS, the damage dealers, the snipers, the big guns behind me, they weren't taking out some of the other folks that I was trying to go through. They were either gone because they wandered off somewhere else, or they're nowhere near us. Like, yeah, it's got a suspend button here. Let me see if can I show this real quick? Right, stand it up. So right there's my escape key, and there's a suspend button right there. Like, hey, we're gonna put all these really handy keys, these buttons, right next to this side of the keyboard, so you can do things like jump into Club HP or open your web browser, your email, or go to search. That's great. But when I hit escape, I accidentally shut off my machine. Oops. Oops. Everyone vote for C# Fritz for a promotion. Yeah, it's not happening. It's not happening. Look. The best I can do to get a promotion is to show that we've improved the outreach here. So, yeah, all the pigeons in Philly took to the skies as Fritz screamed. Where is it? I have that here. Oh, I have that here. Hang on. Wait for it. The wife and I were rewatching Star Wars movies starting, over the weekend and through. Not even, like, last week and through. And we were watching Revenge of the Sith. And man, that is a meme and a half, isn't it? You don't want fancy buttons on your keyboard? I have a Stream Deck for that. Agreed, Johan. G613, you hit the G keys a lot, but disable them in games. Right! Yesterday's thread dealing with the trolls, they don't care. They don't care. All right, so I tried, right? We restarted this. Did it? Let's see what happened here, right? Like, look, I've got one entry over here. Unhandled exception occurred. Well, that feels bad. Blob-based client download. Okay. Okay. What's this? Okay, that's trying to get something out of the blob. That's trying to get something out of the blob. Yeah, the .NET rocks thing, and it's looking at the wrong blob. That's okay. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Go back to console over here. I'm going to look at the web console down there. It's amazing. It's not what I wanted. I didn't actually call that code yet. I wrote this, but I didn't actually call it yet. Hang on. I got all wrapped up in talking to you, chat. Yeah, you. Add first user. Right? No. It needs to be on services. Can I do services? Can I do that? And then can I await that, John? That should work. Restart it. Here we go. That was Vader flushing his wallet. Maybe. I will never forget the first time my daughter, 10, 12 years old, and we gave her one of our older phones to use. And she's having a blast using the phone. She thinks she's all grown up and a big shot, carrying a phone. And she accidentally dropped it in the toilet. And yeah. Cannot resolve scoped service. Oh, darn it. All right, fine. Fine. This scope. Right? Go get me a scope. And then I can put in front of here this scope. And let's do it here also. That's not it. This scope. I've got a... No. Service provider. Service provider, right? You. Same deal. Go get it. See what we get here. Just add some rice. It didn't work. It didn't work. This was an older iPhone that wasn't as waterproof as they are now. So, yeah, that was a thing. Here we go. See if this pops up. Let's go. Let's do it. Show me them logs. What happened? Remote navigation manager has not been initialized.
What's that?
It hasn't been initialized yet, Jack. First day of a job in 2008, dropped razor in the toilet. Oh, man. I think I need web host environment here. I think... Or can I get iWeb host? Can I get the web host? And what options do I have there? Not services. No. Ooh, I don't want to shut that. Don't shut that down. Yeah, I know it still says nav manager, but can I get the web root path? Gets the directory. I don't want that. If I just get iHost environment. Application web root path. Absolute path to the directory. That's not it. No. I want to get the domain name. How do I get the domain name, the host name of an ASP.NET Core application? Yeah, how do I do that? What the heck is DNS? No. That's not a thing. Are you kidding? Are you kidding? You're mocking me. It wanted... Okay. Sure. Is the variable type highlight a feature for Visual Studio Enterprise? No. That can be enabled in VS Community. Actually, am I using Enterprise? I am using Enterprise. I do need to back off and use Community. Show containing type namespace. Did I just turn that off? Code map, show related. No, that's on code map. Hang on. Tools, options. I think it's here on IntelliCode. Where is it? That's statement completion. There's suggest usings, outlining, fading, comments. Inline hints. Display inline type hints. show hints for variables with inferred types, lambdas, and implicit. That's it right there. Right, and right, you can see it shut off some of those. There's where was it? That was in, what was it? It was like language specific tools. Text editor. No. Up here. Right there. But display inline parameter name hints is the other one. And you can turn it on with Alt F1, right? But I leave them on because I use var a lot. So to make it a little bit easier for folks to see those. But Alt F1 would show them if it wasn't there already. But that's not an enterprise. Create the, where was I? So get the host name. Okay. No, I don't want the navigation manager. So if it found one on the internet, no. If there isn't one, grab the first one. So now, now I can go get rid of this. Sure. Outer host. I don't think I need the 2-string there. That should just work. Give it a shot. Let's see what we get here, Fritz. That's weird. I've never used the DNS class. I didn't know that was there. And yeah, now I know.
Now we know.
And knowing is half the battle.
Look at that. Right. Here we go. Come on. I want to get past this so we can start actually issuing invites. Because I want to wire up to SendGrid. Log into the dashboard. Okay, that's from out there. That's the dashboard deal. We could have looked at the source code for that, John. Okay, there it is doing all the init stuff. Yeah. Now listening on content root path. So it did it. That's info. No. It's probably because that logger. Let's turn this over to log critical. So we're sure it shows up. Know what I mean, friends? Like, we're gonna force this to happen. What's happening, Billy? How's it going there? Hello, hello. Keeping an eye on things here. There we go. I see more of you found the I'm really tired of folks bashing the .NET ecosystem. What was really fun was somebody wrote back and said, why are you whining? You want to go there. That looks like it didn't execute. You know what? Because the user's in there now. The user's in the database now. Right? Go to pgadmin over here. The user's in the database. Yeah, that's still loading. Let's go. I'm going to go delete that user, and we're going to rebuild it. Yeah, get host name will get the computer name. I don't want the computer name. I want the outward-facing host name. Don't mind me while I go find my table of users. There's Mr. Admin. Mr. Admin, because it's me. I'm a guy. I created it. Mr. Admin. Yes, do that. Truncate table, ASP.NET users. Do it. Oh, that won't work, and I can't control enter. F5 executes it. Oh, shoot. I gotta put quotes around it because of the capitalization. I also need to grant the role, but fine, I'll just do delete from. F5 will delete. Fantastic. So not only do we want to create the user, but we also want to assign them to a role of admin, right? So I think I need the role manager also. Yeah. Now it already exists because I created it. Right, if we go to ASP.NET roles, here. What am I thinking? Select star from ASP.NET roles. There it is. I don't need to create it. Oh, okay. So can I say user manager, add to role async? Really? I'm okay with just specifying the... Okay, sure. Don't wait for that. I'll wait for that. Like that. All right. Restart so we hit this again. Am I using the base identity authentication? Yes. Ooh, I also need the port. Oh, darn it. I do need the port. I need the port that it's listening on, which is not going to come out of DNS. Is it injecting that domain name? Hey, look at that. It's creating the user. It's not going to be the right URL, but... Store does not implement iUser role store to user. It doesn't? Really? Go to that one. Which is one of these. which is a DB context. Yeah, it doesn't implement that iUser. Top level statements are starting to annoy you. They have no namespace. Right. That's the point. They get executed once because they're your entry point and hand off to the rest of your application. Let me come back to that. Yeah. Identity role. I need to get the port also, but I wanted to see... Oh, nuts. Never mind. Do that again. Wish I could rewind, but I can't. TLS have the default namespace? Top level statements have the default namespace? No, they have no namespace. You can't call back into them. You can wrap stuff that you want there in a namespace or in a class. So, yeah, it created the user already. So, yeah. I need to go back and delete it. And look, all that stuff is still starting. For right now, don't really care. Try and delete it if there is somebody there. Here. Have a good one, Johan. Come on. What? There. Okay, so there it is, trying to create the user. Right, create the user, generate a user token, add to role. Store does not implement iUser role store. Eh? That should have. What do you think, Copilot? Thinking? Thinking. Don't tell me thinking. Is trying to use a feature that requires underlying user store to implement the iUser role store. Yeah. Okay. Ensure the user store configured in your application supports roles. The user store class. What? No. How do I add this to an identity DB context? You need to ensure that your is set up to use identity role. Yeah. Identity role and string. Yeah, got that. Get the role manager, role name, role exists. Create the role, yeah. Then how do I assign the role to the user? Yeah. That should have worked. Go away. Add roles. That's what I'm missing. That's what I'm missing. Down here. In here. We ran into this before. Identity role. We ran into this before. I have exactly this problem in Tags app, and we're not going to forget about Tags app. We're going to get back into Tags app in the next few weeks here. But I'm trying to get Aspirify more capable before they release next week. And get some other things built that we're going to learn and talk about on the live stream tomorrow. Okay. Unable to resolve. Dear Lord. Okay. Let's go back up here. Add roles. I don't think that's what I want there. Do I do it like that? No. The type of the role. Identity role. But it said it couldn't find it. right? Yeah. Or do I need to do that before the add entity framework stores? This is the other. We did have this problem with the order of these things it being important. Right? This is going to be a pain in the neck, isn't it? Move you up one. Or there's an overload here. Okay. See what happens. No, I don't think it's hallucinating. I think I just missed that bit of configuration here. I am getting set up for the Tech Bash conference. I will be speaking there in the fall. So you should see my content starting to appear on the Tech Bash website. Here we go. Come on, hit the breakpoint. I want it. There we go. Okay, Aspirify user. Create the user. Generate the user token. Add to role async. Here we go. Role admin does not exist. Sure it does. Sure it does. PG admin. I know it does. I really don't like how long the PG admin takes to start. You know what I'm saying? Right? Servers, yes. Databases, security, schemas, public, tables, roles. There it is. Why doesn't it like that? Let's go back over here. There's the role name, admin. Yep, go ahead, leave that. Sure. I'm gonna need to create a no, go back and fix the migration script. You can do that yourself, Fritz. Right there. What? We can do that. And I want to restart the database. I want a fresh database. Two. I have no idea where it's putting these things down, but hey, whatever. Hey, Beer Up, is there any plans for Aspire to support multiple solutions? It can. It can. Yeah, you can. So the question isn't can it support multiple solutions. The question is can it support projects from outside this solution? Yes. Right. I can. Well, it's. I can go in here and I can do builder add project, and instead of specifying, thank you. Instead of specifying with the generic, I can actually specify the name and the location of it and point to where it lives on disk, and it'll load up and use those other projects. So it's not so much multiple solutions, but projects from outside the solution is really what the question is asking. All right, so that's going to jump through. It should add the role. Finally. All right, get the host addresses. So that's a lot. Outer host is that what it says there? No, it says local host. It gave me a domain name. And it's not going to be quite right. No service for iLogger? Okay. Can you get me for a Spirify security context? I still don't know the port number that it's listening on. Right, I need to find the port number that it's listening on, which the web host would have that. And I don't want... I want host names. Not the host addresses. Where was it? That gets host addresses. That gets the host address IP. Get the information from config. So is it... Is it being passed in somewhere here? Environment, there's ASP.NET Core HTTPS port. So I could... Hey. Right, I could grab that. Oh, ASP.NET Core URLs. It's right there. It's right there. Go get that out of configuration. What was I thinking? We know ASP.NET Core URLs. Then I don't need any of those things. And... right, get rid of that. Get the ASP.NET Core URLs. Yeah, environment variable. That's right. Sure. Right. So find the first one with HTTPS. If available. Yeah. Cool. So Oh, I got rid of the new user URI thing. Generate that again. No. I don't need that part. What's it doing with all that other stuff? No, don't need that. Okay, I think that's it. Try that again. Yeah, beer up. A lot of that. There are a number of things that are missing from V1 that they're actively working on. We're getting there. We're getting there. Come on. Here we go. I want to see it. Yeah. There it is. Okay. All right, creating new Aspirify user. New user URI is localhost 49415. Account invite token, and it's a really long address. Sure, go ahead, write that out. We'll figure this out in a minute. Look at that. First user created. Log in at, and there's the whole thing. View the details. Yes. I should be able to go into the console for that. There it is. 49415. Is that where it's answering it? No, it's at localhost 7199. Maybe I swap the port out with ASP.NET Core HTTPS port. Right? Swap out the port in the URI with the value in the... Yep, do that. Sounds good. I think that's right. Yeah, let's see what it gives me. We're close. I've never worked down at this level of generating URIs and things so low at a so low level. Is there a scroll issue on the live site? I thought we fixed that. What kind of a scroll issue are you seeing? There you go. Looks okay from here. Articles by me. Should be okay. Let me know what you're looking at. Let's see. If this... Localhost 7199. There it goes. Refresh. Okay. Yeah, you might have had an older version of the website. The updates do address that. That was there a while ago. Okay, so back over here. There's that. There's localhost 7199, so on and so forth. Right. There it is. And I should be able to see the get to the log on that, right? Log entry details. Nice. Okay. And it put it all in the telemetry. So that's kind of cool. But there's the URL, and if I control click, localhost page cannot be found. Localhost 7199 identity account invite. I should get a better 404 for that. But no, the other way. I need a 404 handler on the site. Not terrible. Let me commit what I've got right now. Now generating admin user with first invite token. So that's kind of cool, and I'm pushing that to my feature branch. No worries about it updating and affecting the live site. But I'd really like to have, I don't know why I did clear it down there. I'd really like to have a 404 page that has at least the header and has some sort of a page not found entry in the middle. And I thought add a custom 404 error page. Okay. So we'll go to /error with that code. So I don't have /error in here. We need to re-add it. It was there at one point, but hey. So let's add a 404 page. Oh no, it's right there. It's right there. It is passing in a code. Let's pass in a parameter. Right from supply parameter from query, public string code. If string is null or empty, code. We're going to do all this nonsense. Else if code equals 404. Center and a Spirify logo image with some text below it. Darn, I like that. Is that where it is? Is that the... I don't think that's it. Root images. I think I want... Logo PNG is there. I don't want that one. No. I think I went default news thumbnail. What? Yeah, that one. Oh, come on. I wanted it to autocomplete. Default underscore news underscore thumbnail WebP. It's that. Sure. That should be good enough. Do, 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 do. Right, because the identity page isn't there yet. Didn't add it. But we're going to. And then we'll be able to verify that that code is available. And so on and so forth. There we go. Oh, 2 messages. Yep, can't find that thumbnail. That's okay. Check out the logs. There we go. I'd like that to be a little bit taller. Right? Height 50 EM. 50 VWH. VH. 80. Sure. No. Doesn't like that. Fine. Margin top auto? No. Margin bottom auto? No. I don't want to do... Right. Do I do that? Display... Flex? Wow. No. Style, min height 80 VWH. Center the image in this Center the content in this div vertically. You do it, Copilot. Display flex, align items, center. Sure, do it. Well, that doesn't feel right either. No. Do I need to put the stuff inside of it in another div so that they're all grouped together? You know what I mean? No. I thought it was this one then that wants to be justify items center. But this min height, why doesn't it like that? It should be 80 VH, shouldn't it? That's it. There we go. Nice. Yeah. My bad. All right. Back over here. Let's save. We've got a 404 page now. Yay. Added 404 handler. That feels better. Uh-oh. I'm still broadcasting, right? Hey, Captain Coder. Hello. Yeah, there we go. All right. So that's the live site. I'm not worried about the live site right now. We figured that out. Figured that out. Those are working just fine. Okay. All right, so I now have a login URL. I need to actually go to that URL, look up that token, and allow folks to log in. And do a thing with that. Right? So identity account invite and receiving a token. So I'm going to receive that token, and we're going to go do something with it. So account pages, and I think I want to create a page called invite. Stop this. Invite.razor. Yep. Did I? Generate user token, so then we're going to validate the user token coming out the other side. Yeah, we'll see what that does. Page account invite, right? And we need to capture the invite code. That's going to be a parameter. We're going to supply parameter from query. Was it code? Token. And we're going to need to override on after parameter set because it's a parameter being set. So we need to trigger the lookup on that. I need my user manager. User manager. No. Right, I'm missing a using statement. Don't mind if I do. Well, thank you. So I should be able to say user manager verify user token async, and I need to have a user. I've only issued, how do I know who the user is? So So the original post that he's updating and referencing is over here. So you key in an email address, gets a user manager, finds that user by email, generates a user token, and the URL, he's passing. So the email is part of the URL. That's not terrible. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. So let's go back up to here. Right, we created this user with the email. We're not actually sending this email. We're just using it for the purposes of using it. So we have token, and I'm also going to add email equals. I can just, right, punch that in there. Okay. So I can go back over here, and we need to also receive email. If you don't have either one of them, get out. Injects. Yeah, navigation manager. That's what I wanted. Okay. So, the user is going to be, yeah, oh, wait. Go ahead. User manager. Get user. Is it find? Find by email. There we go. Yep. Make this John async. If we don't have a user, get out. They might get logged by App Insights and the likes. It's not a login, though. This isn't a login. This is an invite to join the application. So you've clicked that email to accept an invite. I'm okay by that. That's not a privacy thing. You accepted an invite to join. After that, it's all on the form. We're okay at that point going forward. Okay, so we're going to verify the user. Yep. The token provider that we use to generate is here. I really should make these constants. could make it. That if condition on the user seems the other way around. You're right. That should be is. And let's just shorten that. I'd really public const yes. Give me another one. This should be invite. Invite token name. Yeah, there we go. So this I can make invite token provider name so that it stays constant. Invite token provider options, provider name. Invite token provider options, provider name, and here the purpose. I'm going to rename that. Invite token provider options. Come here. I'm going to rename that to token purpose. And I should now be able to go here. Invite token provider options. Token provider name. Purpose is invite token provider options. Purpose. All right. Why don't you like that? Oh, I need to pass the actual token. Well, duh. That's really long, so that's better. Okay. So now I know whether it's valid or not. If it is valid, I want to log you in as that and send you over to... Right? If is valid, update security stamp async for that user. Sign in, application name, new claims principal. New claims sub. What's sub? Update that user security stamp, generate a claims principal and sign the user in. We update the security stamp to ensure the token cannot be used again. Otherwise, if the token is invalid, they get an error page. Yeah. And that login link is really long. Get that user data out of the URL. Two-factor user ID, new claims identity. Yeah, I thought we would get a shorter token. using the TOTP for email and SMS, which give us 6-digit one-time passwords. Nah, keep it the really long. I don't really care. It's on the... Okay, so that'll get me logged in. Well, that'll get me verified, right? If I want to get logged in, I need to do this bit right here. I don't know why it's creating a claim called sub. Let's see what this does. HTTP context. Well, I need the context. Boy. I need to receive that, which is a cascading parameter. Right? Public HTTP context, HTTP context. That should be a capital user manager. And I called this the user. This changed. Sign-in async moved. I believe I need a sign-in manager. Sign-in manager. Wrong. Sign in async. There it is. Is persistent false? And the authentication method. Now wait a sec. What's that first argument? Should be the user. Cool. I want to redirect you instead to some user configuration so that you can set your email address and whatnot. In which case, until you set your email address and the like, I don't think I want to do that. Sure, let's see what happens. Set some breakpoints in here and see what... let's give it a try. We're learning how to do this, so let's give it a try and see what happens. You know what I'm saying? So, what do we got here? Sign in async. I've got an extra paren on there. There we go. There we go. Come on. So, oh, look, the meme stocks are back. Look at this. Wonderful. Okay. So that's the login message right there. 404 not found. Trying to go to identity account invite. Oh, I forgot the identity on this. No, you know what? Just go to account invite. Change that address. I think it's supposed to be like that. Try it again. Yeah, the meme stocks look like they're back and getting ornery out there. GameStop is up almost 20 points to $50 today. Oh, here we go. Where's Robert Tables? Diamond hands on GME. Diamond hands on GME. Gosh. Let's see what happens. I tell you. Like, I appreciate what they're trying to do. There we go. And it's trying to find the email for admin at Aspirify. Oh yeah, here we go again. Right? Did it find the user? Sure did. Is that token valid? And there it is. You betcha. So then it's going to update the security stamp. Now what happens if we do is valid again? Now it's not valid. Now, so the token's been used. You're done. Like, wham, you're out. I don't have anything to do if it's not valid yet. Yeah. Token is invalid. Show an error message with a link back to the not the login page, to the home page. Or just do that. Sure. That's fine for now. Okay, so we've proven that the login token works. I don't necessarily want to invalidate it immediately. I know your email address, but I want to hand you off so that you set up a login using one of the third-party OpenID Connect services that we're going to set up for this. I'm feeling really confident right now on this. Right? Like, this is getting really cool. I think it's 12:30. The next steps I would be taking let's put that error message on screen. Invalid token. Right? Public bool valid token, right? By default, it's false. And I'm going to set it here. But I think this bit we don't want to do yet. Right. I don't want to go and say, okay, that token is used until you actually set up a login. Until you set up an authentication with it. So let's put on the page here. Welcome new user to aspirify.net. At if valid start there. Let's put that same image. Come on now. I want... Yes. Let's move this down. And I could move this out into some sort of a error message component. What? No. So, I like this. This feels... This is starting to feel more real to me, right? Do you get what I'm feeling there, chat room? That we can start to invite users to use the website, right? And I have a clear path for how to generate an invite code. Because, right, at some point here, I'm going to want to say, let's invite our friend John Galloway to be able to manage and add articles to the website. Let's generate an invite to John Galloway at Microsoft. And here's the email address, here's the thing. Send this link to John and have that generate invite page. So, right, which will be more than just this initial login bit. Welcome new user. Valid token, please complete the registration process. Yes. So if it is an invalid token, please contact site administrator for assistance. Nice. So it behaved properly there. Let's save what we've got. Like, small moves, Ellie. Small moves, right? From that movie Contact, right? Just going to turn the dial slightly. And each time we get a new feature, a little bit more working, we'll add those capabilities. First work on the invite page. I have a call coming in. I don't normally have these. Let me check this. Okay. What am I? There it goes. Okay. Whatever. Please hold. Fritz has a call. All right, let's do this. So that's up. We're almost there with the invite tokens. Okay. There's a page that allows you to add there's a page that allows you to add some of the third-party providers. I'm going to grab that code and just embed it on this page. All right. So let's do this. Right, pages. External login. Right, this is associate your whatever account. Right, where it's like in manage external logins. This right here. Right, I want you to choose one of our external login providers to authenticate with to join the website. Now, realistically, I'm only going to add the Microsoft account for now. But let's add more of these. Let's just these are your registered logins. I'm going to do this. Add a service to log in. Right? Like, that's exactly what I want. Please complete the registration process by adding a service to log in with. Paste. Account manage, link external login. I want to put a / on that if you don't mind. We need to get what other logins there are. So where did other logins come from? They came from Kenny. That's where they came from. This is a little known fact. Your other logins come from Kenny. It's true. Right? Can that be a thing?
You have to ask me nicely.
I am asking nicely, Jack. Other logins, sign-in manager, get external authentication schemes, and there's a where there. I want to get all of them. I want to just get all of them. So this had sign-in manager. It did. Okay. Okay. Okay, so down here, I'm going to do something like this. But let's call this other logins with a capital O. I don't need the parentheses around that because I just want all of them. Make you a var so I can see what that is. Whoa! Authentication scheme. Okay. Enumerable authentication scheme. They're schemers. That's what they are. Sure. But it doesn't know what authentication scheme is. We need a using statement. Thank you. Okay. The name other logins. Yeah, I know. I was going to have to restart anyway. Let's do it. And next steps are going to be to go through and remove everywhere where you can key in a password and start registering. I want to make sure that I at least see this I need to start adding some other providers. So maybe we'll go through and add Microsoft real quick here. Come on now. Hit it. Yeah. This is good. Bunch of things still starting in the background there. All right, all right. Do your thing. Initializing. Good, good. There's my login link. Go. Okay. Add another service to log. It looks like crap, but it worked. Why is H4 so much bigger than H3? Make that H1. Oh, you're not going to update? Oh, that's better. Still, make you H3. Okay. And there's the HR where it should have the list beneath that. Let's wrap this inside a container. Right, so... What? No. It wasn't me. What have I done? I still had it running, but I didn't invalidate the token, so it should still work. Right? Or maybe the website crashed? Did the website crash? It crashed. You fool! 9.5! Hello, my friend. Have I got something to talk to you about? Have I got something to talk to you about? Something that I want to keep NDA, keep it on the down low. And it's called My Tag. I've mentioned one or two people here on stream. This is a social media site that I'm building. I'm not building it here on stream. I might be, and you might not know it. But this is a social media site that I'm building. Drop me a line on Discord, okay? You'll sign the old parchment. I want to tell you what this is, and oh, wait a sec. I do have you here. But it's something that I'd like to offer you an opportunity to be one of the proof of concept users to start using this website. No pressure. Just extending an invitation to take a look, because I know you'll give me great feedback on this as we build it. Coming soon. So I'll finish sending you a message on Discord after this, but this is something that I want to get some folks in on the ground floor who can give me good feedback about what I'm building. So, My Tag, all right? We're working on, this is called Aspirify.net, and it's a news hub about all things .net Aspire. What is it about? I'll tell you after I'm ready to do an alpha launch. And I get some initial feedback from some friends. 9.5's on that list. Fierce Kittens is on that list. I've got one or two other folks that you might know who are on the initial list for this. So this doesn't have an admin, doesn't have any way to log in local, out on the public web. And that's what we're building today, and I'm doing that with invitation tokens right here. So, where'd it go? I broke the website. Did I restart it? I don't think I restarted it. But chat room, I'm going to tell you more about my tag first as this thing evolves and the first group of folks start using at it, poking at it, and giving us some feedback. You can sign up. There is a sign up page there at myta.gg that you can go to, fill in your email address, and when I'm ready for Alpha 1, I'll reach out and contact you and give you some more information as we get ready to launch. Because I have a suspicion this is going to be pretty big. So there it is, finishing launching. This is Aspirify I'm working on now. And there's the invite page. So I need to start registering other providers here is what's going on now. So how's you see I've got my St. Jude fundraiser there. We're at what, 1160? Is that the number up there? Haven't had any donation. We had one donation yesterday, but we need to work on that a little bit. I'm going to be doing a Hot One style chicken wing eating stream. I'm sorry. Chickens are kind of a thing with 9. We're going to be doing that. I wanted to do it Friday, but there's a work thing that's scheduled at about lunchtime on Friday, so I might do it Thursday instead. I need to double check my Thursday schedule, but I will be making an announcement about that very soon. Is this series pausing a few days during build? No. Build doesn't start until 11 a.m. Eastern, noon Eastern. I can get a good 3 or 4 hours in before they even start. And we might do a little bit of build review and discussion after the first day has happened. So, let's set up a login for Microsoft accounts. Shall we? Shall we? So check this out. Have you ever wondered how you can set up a Microsoft account to log into an application? This is how. So I'm going to add an application down here in app registration. New registration. And I'm going to call this Aspirify Net Dev because this is going to be for my developer instance only. Accounts and organizational directory, sure, and personal Microsoft accounts. Yeah. Redirect URI, web. And we're going to route to, right? It's where'd it go? Come back! Come back! Jack, come back! Sign on dash Microsoft. Yes, register that thing. So there is an exception for the local host because you use it for testing. Eventually, we'll set one of these up for production, and I'll need to create a secret and a client ID. There's the client ID right there. I'm going to hard code these for right now in the application because I'm lame like that. So up in here, services, add data protection. I think it's in this one. I think it's right. No. Add identity core. I think this is it, right? Isn't this where I want it? So this is where I get confused. Options. All right, I'm confused. ASP.NET Core, add Microsoft account. I forget what the name of it is. Yeah. Client secret. Yeah. Save that stuff. I don't care. I'm gonna write hard coded in here. Add authentication. Add Microsoft account. It's after add authentication. Here. Add identity cookies. Nope, didn't do it right. Ah, darn it. Nope. Nope, get rid of that. Get rid of all that. Okay. I'm missing, there's a package that I need to install for that. This one. Almost there. Like, little did you know, adding and configuring all this stuff was a pain in the neck! I don't want the pre-release. I want all the latest goodies. Yep, that one. Go. Fantastic. Not yet. I think that needs to go... Come here, you. Client secret, blah, blah, blah. Add authentication dot add Microsoft account. No, that needs to be down here. Ah, there it is. Good. And one of those. Put one of these right here. Options. Client ID equals. Sure. That's fine. And now I need to step off screen for a moment, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Not as much of a pain as setting it up with JavaScript. Probably true. Probably true. Manage user secrets. Because I'm going to key in all that stuff. Eventually I'll pass it in from the Aspire location. Authentication. Right? Right, I think I want it like that. No. Client ID. No. Wrong value. Right value. Client secret. That's not the right client secret. I need to create a secret. Can't show you this part because it's a secret. Login secret from dev machine. Sure, 6 months is just fine. Configuring OpenTelemetry is a pain in the neck at times. Yes, and I want to see that made easier. Not the secret ID. I want the value. Bazinga. All right. I think I've got a Microsoft account now. Let's go back to the code. I already started it building, and right, these are tokens that we need to get from the production space, from Azure, that says, okay, we authenticate, we know who that is, you can go ahead and log in with that. So I should be able to hit this login and get through and add that ID. But I need it to come back to me at some point so that I can check off that Anton check off? So that I can check off that that invite token was used. Yeah, there you go. So it sees that Microsoft is there. So if I click that, well, that feels bad. But wait. External logins. Oh. I need these. And that. Rats. I'm so excited. I jumped the gun on this stuff, man. All right, so there's that. What else do I need? On submit async. Is it calling that? What calls on submit async? Because the action goes to link external login. Ooh. Link external login, I'm willing to bet. I'm willing to bet that comes back somewhere else. Right? There it is. So, okay. Here's a pattern that we haven't seen in some of the work we've done. So we've got a Blazor hosted form we're posting to a minimal API. It's receiving a sign-in manager. It's receiving the name of the provider. Clear the external cookie to ensure. Okay, so it's clearing that. And here it's going to manage external logins, which is coming back to this page. I don't necessarily want to come back to this page. I want to specify that I'm coming back to the invite page. But I don't want to pass that in the round trip. Let's think about that a little bit, but okay. So it's going to create an action to the login, link login callback action. Link login callback action. Okay. Sign-in manager configure external authentication. Properties, and it's the redirect URL and the user that we're working with. Right, there's the user ID, context user ID. See that right there? That context user ID? It's because you're signed in. I need to sign you in then on the invite page so that I have your user here. Right, so I had... I don't need to yank your security stamp yet, but I can sign you in. Once I have... Right? Now you're signed in. Okay. Okay. So at that point, then jumping over here, we have you right there. But I think we want, and then it's going to challenge and push you over to the other provider to get that. And then it's going to route back to the link login callback action. Link login callback. Come on now. Show me where that's used. Stop the press. Where did it? So wait, that's used here on external logins Razor on line 102. On get link login callback action. So we're on the external logins page, which will be the same. I want it to instead come back to my invite page. And it's going to call on get on that. Like we're very much unwinding how this works, right? On get. Yeah, where's that? Where's that thing? It's right down here. Why didn't you navigate to it when I hit F12? No, instead you went to the completely wrong place. Get the current user. Get the external login info. If we don't have any, could not load it. Add a login with the information that was the external login info that was received. Clear the external cookie. And that it was then logged in. I'm okay with copying this stuff into my invite page. My invite landing page. Let's rename it to invite landing. Calling it invite is... Right, let me rename this page. And I do need to wrap it up there. And let's change this to account invited. Right, because there's also going to be an invite, and we're going to generate invite codes and send emails from that. Okay. I'm feeling really good about this. Let's wrap things up because it's end of the time for our stream today. So no, don't play that. Play the Mario music because we need to get things cleared up here. Aspirify web components. Completing the OpenID login after invite. And I'll push that out. So I've got more built there, and I think we're really close to having this finished. I'm probably going to take some steps to work on this a little bit later. I want to record a video about what is C# Dev Kit, what isn't, what features you get for free, and what features you don't. I'm going to be doing that in just a little bit here, but it's a YouTube video, so I'll be recording and publishing that. I have some other things that I need to gather for the Aspire and Azure portal teams that I really need to get to today, so I do need to end stream. So, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. Let me see who else is streaming on the big Twitch TV network. Who can I get you connected to? Who's doing something fun, something crazy, something outlandish out there? Maybe they're supporting St. Jude. That'd be really cool. Maybe not. Let me get you connected to I'm looking down this. I think we're gonna get over to Bald Bearded Builder. I think we're gonna get over there and say hello to our friend Michael Jolly. Yeah. There we go. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really appreciate you joining me. I'm going to try and hammer through this, get things ready. So I've got some stuff to work on for the Azure Portal team, for the Aspire folks. There's a handful of things. And I need to finish writing the stream for tomorrow. It's been great hanging with you and writing some code. Get ready to say hi to my friend Michael Jolly. If you're watching on Twitch, if you're watching on YouTube, you can join him at this address I just shared there in chat. All right? I hope you have a great rest of your day wherever you might be. I wish you good health and good coding. Take care. Where's the button? It's this one, right? That one worked. Yeah, that's the thing.